Good morning, everyone. Welcome back on day 2 of the AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol workshop, where we explore how states can unlock the potential offered by the AfCFTA market for digital trade in Nigeria. Today, the workshop will be led by Ms. Lola Avorante-Ekugo. She's a very accomplished, seasoned expert in digital trade and innovation, with nearly 2 decades of global experience spanning financial services, international trade, and more. She has held diverse roles across Europe and Africa, contributing to prestigious companies such as Commerce Bank, BNP Paribas, Union Bank, First Bank of Nigeria, where notably she spearheaded the Digital Innovation Labs and served as the Chief Digital Officer at BANQUET. Lola is the director at AfriBorder Limited, who is also delivering today's workshop. She holds a BSc in Business Information Systems with first-class honors and an MBA from Imperial College Business School, London. She has received over the years various awards, including the prestigious Emerging Alumni Leader Award 2024 at the Imperial College in London, Inspiring 50 African Award 2024, Women in ICT, Women Tech Network Global Awards in 2022, as well as the top 40 CEOs under 40 in Africa by Young Entrepreneurs Summit in 2022. Lola has also contributed to several boards, including Trademark Africa, TMA, as you very well know, and Aid for Trade organization that is headquartered in Kenya, with a presence in 14 countries that is focused on advancing seamless trade across Africa, AI in Nigeria. And in Nigeria, it is leading the charge in localizing and scaling AI across the country, as well as Southwest Innovation and Technology, SWIT, SWIT, a subsidiary of Odua Investment Company. She also serves as an external member of HealthCap, Africa's Venture Capitalist Investment Committee. Lola is also the author of an acclaimed fiction novel. Oh, I didn't know this. Excellent. Lagos to London. I should read that. Which serves as a beacon of inspiration for youth worldwide, urging them to pursue excellence regardless of their location, and also the vice captain of squash at Ikoyi Club in Nigeria. So we have amongst us a very talented lady who is going to guide us through the day with various a long program that is designed to equip you with knowledge and expertise by the end of the day on how you can take back the knowledge on digital trade to your states, to your constituencies, to implement the digital trade protocol, and to ensure digital trade reaches all communities of your state. Women, SMEs, youth, everybody is included. So I'm going to welcome Lola on stage, and please give her a big round of applause.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. I would like to stand on all existing protocols. As we said yesterday, everybody is an honorable. So honorables, I welcome you. I think personally, I'm really looking forward to the session because it's digital. I always say I eat, live, sleep digital. So I'm going to run you through the session for today. Just what to expect. And I think the key thing to remember is that it's an interactive session. The whole idea is really for us to also learn from you while we speak about, while we also speak about, what we've seen globally, the expectations for Nigeria. We really want to learn from you. We want to hear from you. So that's, in a way, why we've sort of decided on the structure for today. So I'll run you through what to expect. We've already had our registration and coffee. The next item is the opening remarks, which we've had. But we're also expecting a special guest to help us, open again or, further enhance the opening at some point. So that may happen. There's also then going to be a couple of things which we've divided the sessions into. We're expecting to have session 1, which is about the digital trade protocol and how it will work for Nigeria. We've heard so much about digital trade, AfCFTA, but how would that really work? That is really what we're going to do this first session. The implications, how to use the provisions, the milestones and reforms expected. We're also going to talk about the regional trade opportunities. Why are we even doing this? Why is it important? Then we're going to have a tea break just to stretch our legs. We're going to move into the case study. So we've invited Trademark Africa, the Aid for Trade organization. They've done a lot of work around the continent, increasing the trade, ensuring that indeed we have a one African market. So they have some interesting case studies from Central Africa, East Africa. The whole idea is so you can understand and see on ground what is already happening. And we can see how we can potentially utilize perhaps some of these things that they've already done in terms of digital trade. And then there's lunch, very important. There's going to then be a breakout session. And I think this is going to be the opportunity where we've learned about the digital trade protocol. We understand what it does, but how do we then bring it home? This is where, one of the key things here is that there's people from different states. How do we learn from each other? How do we collaborate? We're not going to have all the answers, but we know that the answers are in this room. And I think that's the most important thing. And of course, after that, we close off for the session. So on that note, I'm going to start the session. Let's move on to the next slide. As Ms. Prachi has said, today is day 2, a very important day because today is about application. We all heard yesterday that Nigeria was named as a digital trade champion. And if you don't mind, can we just give ourselves a round of applause? I'm always happy when we hear great things about our great country. And I think everything is really timely. We didn't, of course, know that this was going to come just before this session today. But I think it just tells you that we're actually going somewhere. And, it's important that we have this engagement so that we can make the real impact that we want to make. We all know that digital innovation is transforming the way we do things, the way we live. Can I ask just the crowd here, who has a mobile banking app here on your phone? Please, can you show of hands? Do you use mobile banking? Yes. I think almost everybody uses mobile banking. And I like to say that because a couple of years ago, and not too far off from now, there was a time when if we needed to do a transaction, no matter how tiny that transaction was, you would actually need to go to the bank or send somebody to go to the bank. That was the world we lived in. There was a time when, and this is really about how technology is actually transforming the way we live and work. There was a time when there were no phones, and I remember I was in university, and so it's not even that far off. I was in university in Nigeria. I just started university. My parents we were living in Warri, actually, Delta State, and I was in school in University of Lagos. And to communicate with my parents, they had to actually come, or you needed to have an email so they could send you an email. And I remember the day my father, this Motorola GSM, one big Motorola GSM came out, and my father was one of the first people to buy that Motorola GSM because he wanted to be able to communicate with us. He came, brought it from Warri and said, here are your phones. And honestly, I cannot tell you how that transformed the way we live. We couldn't communicate to our parents, at that point in time, except through email or if they came. So I'm saying this because the world is evolving, and no one should be left behind. I always say that there's so much happening with technology, and sometimes it seems so confusing. But the most important thing is trying to understand how it is going to work for you. What is the implication in your own area? So that you're not totally confused with today they say blockchain, tomorrow they said AI, which one is all this? The most important thing is just understanding how it's going to affect your own life. When I wanted to actually study computer science, I was saying yesterday, people discouraged my parents. They said technology was looking like a boom, and they should not allow me. I should study law or something else or become a doctor because they weren't sure of its progress. In fact, that was why my parents said I should study business information systems, because they were like, okay, if you combine business, perhaps if this technology does not work, she will be okay. And that's how I actually got my course, business information systems. Point I'm saying now is, if you look at how technology has transformed the world, there's nothing you can do today that will not have one touch point with technology, and it's not stopping. AI, yesterday everyone was talking about AI, we're having conferences. Now it's about application. People are using AI to change the way they work. So it's the same with trade. It's transforming the way we work, technology, the way we live, the way we trade with each other, the way we interact. And so that is why this workshop is extremely critical. And I really hope that at the end of the session, you leave here comfortable, understanding what is digital. I think we will start from there. I'm going to move to the outcomes. Okay. So I think what we would really like is for you to live here with an enhanced understanding of the digital trade protocol. What does it mean? What does it mean for your state? An increased awareness of the national policies and initiatives that are relevant to digital trade. Strengthen capacity to develop and implement a comprehensive digital trade strategy for the nation. And concrete plan actions, clear steps essentially of how we can actually move forward on digital trade. And lastly, and very importantly, we also want to learn from you, from your different states. We want you to learn from each other as well, so that we can jointly drive this digital trade agenda. So the question I have here is, what is digital? But I think maybe I'll start with what is actually digital. Why, just in case, I want us to all go together. Ideally, I had hoped for like a workshopping looking stage today, but I think when we go out for the breakout, we would have, those tables so we can, really interact and talk to you. We can get questions, we can discuss really. That's the hope for later. But I'll say, we all know what physical is. We're all physically here. If we had like a virtual streaming, if people had joined us from Zoom, that would essentially be virtual. With or digital. If, with the banking that I mentioned, we're all sort of banking today. We're not having to physically go to the bank. That's another example of digital sort of transforming the way we work. If you submit forms online and things like that, you know that instead of actually going and giving a paper, you now digitally go online and submit that. So essentially, that is just the introduction to what it is. It's really not that feeling of having something physical, but really having something that's there, same effect, but a different delivery format. So what is digital trade essentially? And it's been defined by OECD as digitally enabled transactions of trade in goods and services that can either be delivered digitally or physically, and can involve consumers, firms, and governments. It is essentially commerce enabled by electronic means, and it covers both trades in goods and services. So I'm going to give a few examples. It looks quite technical of what this really means. It means that digitally delivered, digitally ordered, I can sit in my house today and I need perhaps honey from any of the states in Nigeria. I don't have to go to my supermarket to get it. I can just go online to like a Jumia. I'm sure where some of us are familiar with a Jumia. Order my my honey, my cashew, my cocoa, whatever I need from where I am, and then it will be delivered to me. In this sense, when we say it could be delivered physically. That's an example of a physical delivery. But when we now say delivered digitally, we then start to talk about services. There's a very big platform, but that's not here in Nigeria. It's called Fiverr, right? And that's one of a huge example of digitally delivered services, where you have people offering so many things. You have people offering things like graphics design, software development. They can beautify your slides. They can write reports for you. They can even give you a strategy, but they can offer that from the beauty of their homes, wherever they are in the world. On this platform, they're registered. I can go there and request that I want a logo for my business, and they will design. I will pay online. They will design with the logo, and they will deliver the logo to me. So that is an example of a digitally enabled transaction, trade in services, and delivered digitally. I hope you're following me. Yes, good, thank you. Because I don't want to go too far. I want us to go together. Those are two examples. So that's all this definition, really means. And you can see that e-commerce is sort of in the center. Because as I've spoken to you all, I just mentioned two platforms. I mentioned Jumia, I mentioned Fiverr, and they're all e-commerce platforms because commerce happens and they're electronic. I think that's the long and short there. So, we've all been here in AfCFTA, and I know that we all sort of have a broad understanding of AfCFTA in itself. It's the 54 countries coming together for one African market. And it became increasingly important as we move in this digital world to understand that as these 54 countries are coming together, we're going to have to trade digitally. There's no way I can really sit here comfortable in Nigeria and know that in Kenya, they are selling, I may not even know what they have. I may not even know what they can deliver. So how are we going to actually trade if I don't even have the information that I need to even know what to buy and what to potentially sell? And that is, I would say, one of the key essences of why the Digital Trade Protocol came about. It's really to enable and facilitate intra-African trade, eliminating the barriers amongst the state parties. When you see state parties, it really means the countries involved. Some of the key things were to be able to establish a predictable and transparent, harmonized rules, just basically common principles around how we trade. We know that's very important. Ensure it's transparent, trustworthy, predictable, secure, really around cooperation among the state parties as well. We want to be sure that we're dealing with things ethically. We're trying to adopt to regulations, making sure that we're working together on one common ground. And I think that is the real essence of the Digital Trade Protocol. So again, that's the long and short for this. The components of the Digital Trade Protocol, I've sort of summarized it in this format, so it's easy for us to take home. And there are just some key things that were very important, because as you sort of trade digitally, there are new things that come into play. You cannot see the person that you're trading with, essentially, except you start using cameras. You cannot be 100% certain. So we need to be sure that what we can do physically, we can also do online. So we want to be able to ensure that that trust, you can also establish it online. And that's where things like digital identities come in, because we want to be sure that we can translate the things that you can do physically, and you can also ensure that we can do that digitally, and everyone feels comfortable. And so that's where they've sort of divided the protocol. We have a point on facilitating digital trade, and that's where we speak about digital identities, ensuring that I know who I'm trading with. Digital payments, how do we exchange money? If I could see you, I would have just given you the cash, but of course, this is digital. We still need to be able to exchange that cash in exactly the same format. The next item I'm going to look at is infrastructure, which is also facilitating digital trade. For us to trade digitally, we need internet. Let's just start there. We need internet. There's no way we can connect without internet if you're trying to trade digitally. So there were considerations for how are we going to facilitate in the protocol. Another key item was around market access and treatment of digital products. So ensuring that in the same way you have the physical items, you know the rules of origin, you know where this item is from, what country it came from. There's still customs, there's duties, custom duties on these items. It's the same way they try to ensure that those things are accommodated for in the protocol. In terms of discrimination, very important that people don't discriminate a particular good or service because it was digitally traded. It's exactly the same thing, just in a different format. In terms of data governance, I think data was one of the big things on this protocol, because data is very important. Data is who you are. There's so many policies, there's the NDPR, which sort of speaks to ensuring that people's data are secure. If you have any information about me, you're not free to use it and just transfer it without my permission. It must be safe and secure if I've given you my data. So those were key provisions that were made. How do we ensure that if data is transferred around across borders, it's safe and it's secure? Business and consumer trust, very, very important. As I said, and I think, even as Africans, we like to know who you're dealing with. It's not, I wouldn't say it was initially in our culture. You want to know who you're talking to, how are you, hope you're doing well, your family. How could we ensure that people feel comfortable, trading online? Maybe not 100%, but at least you're comfortable. You know who you're dealing with. There's a bit of trust. If anything happens in terms of consumer protection, you want to know that if you were to order a good from, let me use another country, Ghana, and there's something wrong with it, what happens? Is there a policy that can protect you to ensure that the trader has some sort of agreement with you that if something happens to the good or it's not of quality, there's a way we can work together to ensure that we get the quality that we want. Cybersecurity, again, a big discussion. Of course, we know cybersecurity. There's so many cyber threats. As digital has increased, so has cybersecurity as well. And then there's digital trade inclusion. And this is really about ensuring that everyone is carried along. We don't want our youths, our women to be left behind. We say we're trading digitally. Meanwhile, most of the cross-border traders and informal traders are actually women and youths. So there's provision for that. Skills development, realizing that we need people. I always say that even before digital is people, because you can have the best technologies in the world. We've bought this from, I don't know, the US. FinTech here has developed this amazing technology. And if you don't have the people who know how to use it or are comfortable using it, then it's just going to sit there a complete waste. And last is really about the emerging technologies and innovation. And this speaks to what I mentioned about the industry is moving so fast. How do you ensure that these things are catered for? They say innovation is moving ahead of regulation. And how do we ensure that we are following, we are catching these things and we are in front and not behind? So that's really the summary of the digital trade protocol. In terms of governance, The African Union, of course, sits on top, and the AU Commission. We have the AfCFTA Secretariat. They are assisting and supporting in the monitoring and evaluation of the protocol. There's a Council of Ministers, of course, the ministers who are responsible for trade and relevant sectors and stakeholders. There's a committee of senior stakeholders. They sort of prepare the annual reports and facilitate the process of implementation. There's a committee on digital trade, where you have ministers, people who are responsible for monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the protocol. And there's a national focal point on digital trade. Just the key points to note here is that there's a process. A lot of people have been involved and are still involved as we are driving this digital trade protocol as it's being developed. So those are some of the key players. Okay. So when I prepared these slides, there was really, there was still work ongoing, which there still is, but around what we've called the annexes. And while there was a high level of the digital protocol, the question is, how would it work? A lot of that was actually in these annexes. How do you define the rules of origin? How would cross-border payments work across, the different state parties or countries? What is the criteria for determining the legitimate public reasons for disclosure of source code? Digital identities, how would that work? Financial technologies, emerging advanced technologies, how would that work across the state parties? Online safety and security. And at that point in time, that was last week, I was writing these slides, but I think the good thing is that I saw that they've reached an agreement, and they've been able to adopt these 8 annexes. And I think that just tells you the way things are moving. Tomorrow will come, next week, and further work has been done. And that's why we want to ensure that we are leading, as they've said, and everyone is aware and playing their parts in their different states. So I'll move into what the implications for Nigeria are. But first, I have to start with Nigeria today, because we have not been sleeping. I think that's the most important thing. Nigeria has been doing work, in building different pillars in different ways. So it's important to know what we have been doing. Now, I realize that some states have been doing amazing work, which will not be here. But I think we'll have the opportunity to talk about that in a workshop as well, and maybe even get some more information as to what it is you're doing, so that we can add that to our information as we sort of speak about what Nigeria is doing as a whole. I believe from Kaduna yesterday, I learned a lot about what they were doing in terms of digital innovation, technology. Very interesting. So what's been happening so far? Some of the key things, of course, are, protocol leadership, which we've been announced as fantastic, pretty recent. Of course, we should be hopefully aware of the launch of the National Single Window Initiative, just ensuring that key players are connected and we have a central platform where trade can actually happen. That was last year, August. There's a renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund for agriculture, transportation, ports, aviation, energy, healthcare. This was last year, because the truth is, digital and physical work together. As you can see, there are goods that will need to be delivered physically, no matter what. So if we are able to have a fantastic, beautiful platform, I think one of the commissioners was talking about that yesterday, and then you cannot actually deliver from point A to point B. It's going to be hard to deliver on this. So I think it's good that we're in the direction of ensuring that there is a strategy for infrastructure, physical infrastructure as well. There's been special economic zones which have been developed as well just last year. And I think this is actually one of the first as well, just in terms of these digital technologies, where there was a first zone for digital economy launched. And the whole idea of these special economic zones is where wherever you are from the world, if you want to set up a business in technology in Nigeria, you can do that. It will be easy for you. Potentially, there will be internet provided, light, electricity, so that you can actually work comfortably from the special economic zones and really be able to deliver from wherever or in whatever part of the world you are in. And so I think it's a really innovative one. Some of the other things around the policies, the banking reforms, there's been a lot of initiatives around access to credit as well. Because in reality, as we sort of implement, people need money, businesses need money. So I think very important. I know that there's the Credit Corp mission to accelerate consumer credit access. And that is also recent as well. We've all seen the Minister of Trade, Industry, Trade and Investment actively championing and advocating in different platforms, World Economic Forum, the Vice President of Nigeria. So it just says that we're going in the right direction. We may be aware of the 3MTT project, and this is the initiative by the Federal Minister of Communications and Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building the technical talents, because as I said, without people, we're not going anywhere, essentially. There's also the iDice project, which is by the federal government of Nigeria as well, promoting investment in digital and creative industries. And there's a NATE program as well, which is around exporting talent, and this speaks to services. There's no reason why, and I'm sure we all know, before, if you wanted to build a technology many years ago, I think 20 years ago, and they ask you where is going to be a cheap place to develop the technology that you know that it'll be okay, the first place that will come to mind is probably India. But I'm happy to say that things are evolving. Nigeria is also becoming at the forefront. We're developing technologies where people can come to Nigeria and say that they actually want to develop technologies here in Nigeria as well for exports, develop for the US. And that's already happening through companies like Andela as well. Okay, all right. So what are some of the implications for Nigeria? And I think some of them are pretty obvious, I would say. Before, if you're a trader here in Nigeria, essentially, if you were trading, if you didn't have any digital platform, most likely your nearest market is really where you're planning to sell all your goods and services. So if you're a tomato farmer and you want to sell your market, you would have to know that it will probably be your nearby markets, wherever you can walk to or drive to. If you want to come to Lagos, wherever you're from, that was within your reach. But now, with this AfCFTA digital protocol, it means that we have access to Africa. And that is huge. We have access to the rest of Africa. And that's about 1.4 billion people. It means that I can sit in my house, make, if it's, I don't know, maybe if I make bags, Ankara bags, I can have access to the whole market. People who are interested, wherever they are, can find me. So I think that is the key implication of this protocol. Another will be around boosting financial inclusion and digital payments. The protocol will facilitate cross-border e-commerce transactions, encouraging the adoption of digital payment systems or fintech solutions for seamless cross-border transactions, financial inclusion, and broader access to the financial services for the underserved populations. As I go further into the regional trade opportunities, I'm going to speak more about digital payments, what's happening in fintech space, the sort of investments we're already seeing from what is happening from just this journey that we're on. Foreign direct investment, of course, the implication is that as we sort of drive these initiatives, our own internal systems, we sort of can innovate a bit more. Before we were innovating maybe across Nigeria, now you're thinking about, okay, how can I develop a solution that can connect Nigeria to Ghana, to Cote d'Ivoire? Your innovation, you're thinking more, it's a broader thinking. And we're expecting that that would potentially bring in more foreign direct investment into Nigeria. There's been 2 recent investments that happened, and all within this year. And therefore, 2 startups, they were able to receive about $64 million of investments. Raynest is a multi-currency account for customers in Africa. Lemfi allows users to send money and receive and store money in multiple currencies. What I'm saying to you essentially is that things are happening right now. These guys are some of the guys that are trying to actually facilitate cross-border trade, cross-border payments, and there's already been investments even this year in these 2 companies. So we should expect to see more as we go along. Some of the potential implications we hope, and I hope that maybe when we have our breakouts we can deliberate about this a bit more, is, you know, there's a potential to strengthen the Nigerian naira. We all know how things have dropped in terms of our trade of the naira. And we all know that demand and supply, the rule of demand and supply, the more things are demanded for, of course, the higher the price. There's a hope that as we sort of drive more exports from Nigeria, that would help us drive the value of our naira. So again, this speaks to potential impact. In terms of digital infrastructure development, there will be a need to strengthen our digital broadband, strengthen broadband, our data centers, connectivity, to really maximize the benefits. As I said, we can sit here and talk about all the digital stuff, but if you can't get online to even send a message, then how do you even do it? But I'm sort of happy at least there's progress. I'm sure all of us here have mobile phones and we're all connected to a network, so we can get online. Digital identity systems as well, payment solutions, very important. In terms of implications as well, we're expecting that capacity building will need more capacity building. Because I said, we can't leave anybody behind. Everybody is coming along on this journey of digital. And so we would need more capacity building. We've seen the 3MT project. We need, at state levels as well, people to really ensure that their young people are equipped with what they need to actually succeed across the world. I know I'd given an example before. In Nigeria, and I don't know, maybe it still is that way, you know, across different homes, is when computer science, I wanted to study computer science, as I said, it was very foreign. The key jobs, the key careers that you needed to be in were doctor, I'm sure you can say that, lawyer, what else? Accountant. I think there's one more, I think, engineering, yes. So if you have done that, you're a good child, you are sure that your success will be great. But now, honestly, anyone that says they want to study technology, software development, please encourage them. There was a company I used to work at, I don't want to say the name. I had many young people working with me, either they were software developers or product developers or product designers. That was, okay, maybe I'll say the year, but now, honestly, when I call them, where are you now? One says, I'm in Sweden, I'm working for Volvo. I'm in different parts of the world, Germany, I'm doing this here. What I'm saying to you essentially is, in fact, in that whole place, I think I had like 30 people. There were like only 2 that were even still in Nigeria. And I'm not encouraging that they go, because they need to stay and actually develop the continent. But I'm just saying to you that their skills are not even, they are sought after globally. So I think that it's important that we really, this is not for show. This is important that we include these things, data analytics. These are skills that people are looking for every day today. Okay, I move on to collaboration and consistency. Of course, we're expecting that there will be more collaboration collaboration like this, coming together to discuss impact and how it's really going to work at the ground level. And I think I mentioned before, boosted innovation and technology. So expectation is now with fewer restrictions, as I said, we can collaborate more, we can innovate more, essentially. So, I mean, I came here and I thought, I don't want it to sound so sweet that it's going to be an easy journey. This is the beautiful picture. I also wanted to be realistic and say that this is a journey. We don't expect, the journey of 1,000 miles takes one step to start. And I think we're in that journey. But there are challenges and risks as well, which will need to be addressed. As I said, the landscape is evolving every day. So we are having to keep up with what is happening. And so as one new technology comes, we have to ensure that it's checked. You know, so many things are happening as we speak. But these are some of the challenges and risks. One is, of course, slow policy implementation, where we know what to do, but implementation is a challenge. Because, I mean, there's bureaucracy, you know, things like that. But I think, you know, we need to really understand that this is for our benefit. It's for the benefit of our country. It's for our own personal benefits as well. As we sort of move on to implementation, it's not for show. There are results. And there'll be a point where Trademark Africa will come and also give their presentation. And you'll be able to see some of the impact, really, of what has actually happened. So it's not just for show. There's impact to show for this. And some of the challenges as well, limited digital infrastructure, poor broadband penetration. We know that unreliable electricity is a challenge. Inadequate data centers, perhaps, when it comes to managing data. Please, I hope you're still following me. I don't want to go too technical. I'm trying to, are we together? Good, good, thank you. In terms of business costs, there might be a slight implication on businesses, because if you really want to trade, you know, if you are trading on your own, I mean, there was a conversation about aggregation as well, which I think would be very important for this. But if you're like a big business and you really just want to showcase your work, you want people to find you all over the world, you have your website, perhaps you want to be able to do some sort of trading on there, then it might be expensive for those businesses to potentially, you know, sort of make sure they have internet access, you know, they have the rights, security on their platforms and things like that. In terms of cybersecurity, I already mentioned there's cybersecurity threats. There's no doubt about that. So it's really just trying to keep up and ensure that it doesn't overtake us. Data privacy concerns. Of course, I mentioned that already. Just ensuring that people's data is secured. You don't want to just find your data in another country. Somebody is using it there. Maybe they start sending you text messages that they are selling something, and you don't even know how they got it. There's a potential that, of course, as you open your markets, as you go out, you expect people to come in. So potentially, could there be foreign, you know, companies who are bigger and start to compete more in the market? You know, good and bad, I say. It's really about managing that. Limited adoption of digital payments. There might be a challenge, but I would say that there's a lot of work by fintechs. There's the PAPs as well. I'll talk about that a bit more going along. So I believe that we're going to tackle this, essentially. Another thing is financial exclusion. So many businesses and individuals still lack access to digital financial services, limiting participation in digital trade. But then this is where we spoke about aggregation, that if you cannot do it by yourself, then perhaps together we are stronger. Digital skills gap. This is the point where we're trying to implement this protocol, but then all your talents in your states, they've traveled to London or the US, or of course Canada. So these are some of the challenges. Job displacement risks. We all know that as digital technologies evolve, the truth is some jobs become less relevant. And I also say to people that it's not about running away or saying, oh, my job will, be lost. It's about finding how this technology impacts your job. So if you're somebody who, before your work was to count, you have some pieces of paper and you'll be counting them. Now your work may not be that. Your work may be that somebody has already scanned those papers through, or it was inputted digitally. It may be more for being a second level check. So your job potentially will change. It's not to now say, oh, no, actually, this is how it should be. You'll still be able to do your work, essentially, if you understand the impact of how it's going to affect your work, and you follow the trend. So if before you were sitting at your table dealing with only papers, now you know that at least you should be able to read it from a computer screen and use that information the way you would have used it before. So that just speaks to job displacement risk. IP is another huge challenge. People are worried that if my idea or business is not protected, somebody can just take it from another country, continent, and start doing exactly the same thing, essentially. So these are valid concerns. Another is culture shock, where, the truth is we may be African, but I have to say that having traveled to a good, significant number of African countries, you do need to understand the culture. You need to understand how people work, how they relate, really, for you to succeed in your business. So these are some of the valid challenges, but as I say, these are not things that I think we cannot or we will not overcome. Some of the key reforms are, of course, policy alignment. And that is even the work with these annexes that I mentioned, where the work has really been, how do we align our policies? For many countries, there's a policy around some of these things, but the question is the policy actually speaking to what we want it to speak to? Maybe I'll speak about that a bit later in terms of even development of software, goods and services as well, how some of these policies are affecting some of the way we work today. The question is, we will need to ensure that we're able to harmonize these policies around even consumer protection, data governance, taxation as well, and ensure that we're working together with a mutual benefit and, of course, making the impact that we want to make. Regional integration as well. We need to, of course, accelerate our digital single windows, include more parties, streamline a lot of the trade processes. Honestly, we need to streamline a lot of our trade processes. Develop an integrated national digital trade portal for businesses. There's something called SIGMAT. Some of you may be familiar with it. Electronic Customs Transit System to ECOWAS. How do other African countries sort of get involved in this, integrate, so that things are easier for all of us? Cybersecurity and digital identity, big ones on the table as well. We need like a cybersecurity strategy for our nation to ensure that we're well protected against the threats that are happening all over the world. I always say that as people are sitting down developing software in their house, we have people who are also sitting down developing how they're going to actually attack. So we need to be on the move and keep on ensuring that we are innovating as well as we're protecting as well as innovating. Okay. Encouraging homegrown digital solutions. I say this because I'm aware that historically, many of the systems that we have today were developed from different places. Some were developed in India, good systems. Some were developed in China, wherever, different places in the world. But I think when people develop solutions, we forget something, that you need to actually maintain those solutions. So you come today, they say, okay, to develop this solution, it will cost you a couple of thousands of dollars. You say, okay, fantastic. Just develop it for me. And you develop a solution. But I tell you, these solutions are evolving every day. Tomorrow, somebody will come and say, oh, and this speaks to customers as well, and even within the States, all these single window projects. Somebody will come and say, actually, there's one integration that's important. We need to integrate between maybe this department and that department. That's where the problems begin. And it begins very fast, because you then need to call the company that developed that solution for you. And then you ask them, how much is it? You then find out that it's like half of the price. They're called change requests. They'll say, oh, it's a change request. So therefore, this is the cost. And then you find out that your system becomes archaic because the cost of actually change, that you didn't even budget for that. And this is one of the reasons, and I know that this is actually some of the challenges that are happening right now in the continent around integrating some of these systems, even these SIGMATs, across regions, because to actually do that, you will need to call somebody. Then that's when you now know that to change it is going to be expensive, really expensive. And then you start to weigh your costs. Can we even afford that? So I think that one of the key things we want to leave here with as well is when it comes to developing systems, let us first look locally to know what is available. Our talents, honestly, are fantastic. And see how we can develop some of these things in-house as well, so that when it comes to all these change requests and whatnot, you can easily, change, adapt, integrate. Okay. Of course, another thing is around enabling the private sector as well, tax policies, more special economic zones. Yes. So, ensuring that we can do all that, increasing women participation, youth participation, I mentioned that already, monitoring, evaluating, and sustainability. Ensuring that we have a way of monitoring what is going on as we sort of implement. So that brings me to the end of the key reforms. The last section for me is the regional trade opportunities before we go into the case studies, and then we have opportunities for more questions. But perhaps what I'll do here is just take a quick pause in terms of if anyone has any reaction, any comment they want to add, maybe like one or two as we continue on. Okay.
Rules of origin, and the tariffs regime for products processed within the SAP. As right now, my ministry is championing the Niger State Special Agro-Processing Zone. Okay. And the last question is, how can this initiative, that is the AfCFTA, provide market for products processed within the SAPZ? Thank you very much.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll actually stop there, and if you can actually make a note of all those questions, because we're going to discuss them. And I'm actually moving into the subnationals now in terms of what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And some of those questions, we're going to actually discuss them as part of the workshop as well. So I want him to write them down so that you, and we've also created some notepads. I don't know if you have them there already, so that you can write them down. We want to discuss it as a group. So I think the best thing to do, because I can see there are going to be a lot of questions that we need to actually delve into, is let me quickly finish up on the regional trade opportunities, which speaks to some of the things on a subnational, and then we take it from there. Okay. I just also need, okay. So take those questions as well. I'll just quickly carry on so we have the opportunity to discuss a bit more. So I think in terms of the integration, and this speaks more to each of the regions, and I'll run through as well some of the expectations around the breakout so that we can discuss in detail. Because it's just important I just run through and finish this very quickly so we get into these discussions. One of the examples we like to look at is the European single market, because this is essentially what they've sort of done already. And we in Africa want to ensure that we have our own single market. The single market in itself was launched in 1993, guarantees the movement of goods, services, capital, and people. It's been able to boost trade. Okay, it's here as well. If you can see the impacts of boosting trade within the EU, from there, the white to the blue. In terms of global trade power, you can see that now the EU is actually standing tall between China and the USA. In terms of protecting consumers as well, again, as I mentioned before, you can't actually trade properly except people are well protected and ensure that they're comfortable. And this is still even evolving. There's still things that they added to some of their laws last year. Okay, better. Okay, fantastic. So EU rules to ensure that the products of the EU, whether sold online or in traditional shops, are safe, and the consumers have knowledge to make informed choices. Thank you. High quality products. Of course, we don't want to dampen and say that because it's now digital, the quality of the products come down. So ensuring we're able to deliver the same level of quality that we deliver physically, digitally. Just have a bit of water. Yes. So I think that's it for this slide. So in terms of regional trade opportunities, you know, again, this speaks to some of the things we mentioned before, where each region needs to come up with what it is they want to be known for. What are your key products that you want to showcase in this whole intra-African trade? And the truth is, no one can do this for you as a state. You need to establish what this is, and that speaks to what you were asking about earlier. We know that some states is cashew, sesame, leather, mining, cocoa. What are the things that each of your states you believe you should showcase to the world? Come together, establish a platform. I mean, in some other countries, you know, some things are key. You know that with Kenya, you know there's tea. One of the speakers mentioned the launch of cocoa, like a cocoa exchange yesterday. I think essentially these are the things that we need to establish at a subnational level to ensure that we are able to push those things forward and people know what we do, what they can find in each of our regions, and how, most importantly, they can actually get it. Number 2, digital platforms. Again, just yesterday there was a startup I met. They were called Traderly, right? And I'll speak to what they did. I was quite impressed. Right now, I think we all know the big ones. Jumia, if you want to get some things. But Jumia speaks more to high level as opposed to state level, understanding what it is that the states produce and how to actually showcase them. There's Ananse. Ananse is more for creatives, more about clothes across different regions. I think Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, a couple of countries are having their items there so they can actually showcase. There's ABUJA. ABUJA, they're quite new. They're also trying to sell some of these products, like the smaller products like plantain chips, groundnuts from different countries and from different states. I believe it's on their platform. But I'll speak about trade early because I found what we're doing very interesting. And they are largely on agriculture. They're an agriculture marketplace. What they are doing is they're actually trying to aggregate direct from farmers to understand what it is it that farmers in different states are producing. And their platform actually is then showcasing those things on their platform. From what I understand, they're at a point where they're still at the early stages. They're not collecting payments yet, but now they're listing. So at least you can find the products, you know where to get it from, and then essentially they can ensure that this is delivered. So I think these are some of the things that I think we need to start to key into because this is homegrown, this is made in Nigeria, showcased in Nigeria, and can then potentially reach the state levels to ensure that these things can come up in terms of what the state is producing and whatnot. Services as well. Some states are already working on their talent, where they are trying to set up BPOs, business processing outsourcing centers, where they believe that we have some of the smartest in our region. We might as well train them for free. Set up internet zones, electricity, ensuring electricity fully powered, and ensuring that you know that in your state, your talent is a key export. You're training them, others will come to you. There's Outsource Global, Mainuha, who is already doing something like this. So these are some of the things that essentially we need to ensure we are doing. I think the key thing for subnationals is really being able to really showcase what it is that you want to be known for and ensuring that that information and data is collected so that we're able to then share it with the world. Some of the other opportunities around innovation, right? Some states have been big with hosting innovation challenges, calling people to come and solve problems. One of the best ways, I think, to solve problems within our state levels is ensuring that the people who are actually in the states can actually say, let's have an innovation challenge. This is our problem. Come, let's solve it together. And then they come together, rally around, and create a solution that's potentially supported. And I say that this is where some of these startups are actually leading. Nigeria in itself has been one of the biggest countries in Africa where there's been investment in startups because of the innovations that we've had, so far. All right, digital payments and financial inclusion. Some of us are aware of the Pan-African Payments Settlement System. And this is essentially where it's sort of driven by AfrEximBank, and it's really trying to connect the countries together. So the question now is in Nigeria, we need to ensure that we tap into these PAPs, we really integrate it into our system so that it's easy for people to essentially get online. Another key thing is around having data about people, and this is where we're ensuring that, one, we have your data, you are included, you're on a system, and then that will facilitate access to credit. Because we know that one of the reasons why people don't get credit today is because we don't have information about them. And so it's very important that we have information about people so that we can get access and get credit, essentially. I'm just rushing through now so that I can ensure that we get to the practical understanding of how this has worked, and then we can answer some of the questions and get onto the workshop. So I'll just quickly run through quickly. In terms of tools and strategies, I think I've already mentioned some or you've been able to gather some as well. Expanding digital infrastructure and cloud services, implementing the digital identity solutions, strengthening regional collaboration and policy harmonization, PPPs. That's going to be key for us to be able to implement some of these strategies that we're talking about and this protocol. We all know about the Lekki Deep Sea Port, which is owned by China engineering company, Harbour Engineering Company, Tolaram, the Lagos State government, and of course the Nigerian Ports Authority. We will need more of these to ensure that we're able to implement these things. So if there's a state and there's a particular thing that needs to be implemented, then we can then get that partnerships from public sector, private sector, work together to implement something that essentially will help drive change. Special economic zones, I already mentioned a bit about that. Facilitating free movement, so that's reducing visa costs and barriers. At the moment, if you're coming into Nigeria as from another country, the cost of your visa is about $150, which is quite high, and some of these countries are actually trying to remove some of these visa barriers, essentially, so that it's easy for people to move around as well. If you want to trade in a new country or something, you will need to know how the country works as well. And of course, strengthening our ports, railways, roads, air freights, storage facilities to ensure that we can actually trade. Optimizing our logistics and fulfillment systems, cross-border logistics, DHL, GIGL, ensuring we're able to deliver. And lastly, strengthening our trade missions, investment promotions, strategies, and partnerships to ensure we can deliver. There's a call to action. And as I said, I think this will be some of the things we're going to develop and discuss a bit more as we sort of go along on this. But I think these are some of the key things that we will need to ensure we do at a subnational level to ensure that we can meet this. Just a moment. Okay. So at a subnational level, these are the call to action I want us to leave here with. And as we sort of think about the discussions we're going to have at the workshop, these are the things I want us to also already be thinking about how we're going to apply at a subnational level. One is, we need to deepen our involvement. Today, I think really was more about, the first session is really even understanding what is this digital trade. I mean, people are talking about it, but what does it mean? I think that is it. I think we'll need some time to even digest that and then take that into the discussion and the questions we're going to answer. Develop a regional digital trade strategy. So this is looking at each of our states now. Are we ready? How ready are we? What are the gaps? Do we even have a digital transfer strategy in any sense or form? Okay, we're talking about trade, as you said, maybe at a national level, but do we even have the platforms? Do we have the people who even understand how this is going to work? That work will need to be done to ensure that we can actually implement. In terms of state level as well, we need policies that will position businesses within the states for success in the digital economy. These are discussions that we need to have. As I said, there was a discussion earlier yesterday about this, but we need to know who we are, what we do, and what we need to be known for. And do we have the right policies within these our states or at a national level that's going to help us in terms of implementation? And then strengthen capacity building. I think I touched on that. As each state, we need to actually strengthen our capacity building to ensure that we can actually deliver on that. So I've come to the end of this session for now. As I said, there's going to be real discussions about how this is going to work at a state level. The objective of this first session is really to even understand what it means. And I hope you have been able to understand what it really means so that it helps as we discuss. Please, can you let me know? Yes? Yes, fantastic. So if we can take a quick leg break for about 10 minutes, if you need, and then we come back in for the quick case study session, and then we start taking the questions and all, and the workshop. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, the break is going to be over now. We are having Engineer Yao Garba from NITDA, who will be speaking on e-commerce policy. Please let us all kindly settle down. The break is over now. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Please, can we settle down? Good afternoon. Please, can we settle down? The break is over now. Hello, please, can we settle down? The break is over now. Kindly help me welcome Engineer Yao Garba, who is representing the DG of NITDA. A round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back from the break. My name is Yau Garba Isa. I'm from the National Information Technology Development Agency. And we just want to let you know that for the past 2 years, we've been working on an e-commerce policy and strategy. We've been doing this together with the Federal Ministry of Trade, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Together, we've been working on this, and it's still a work in progress, which we're hoping very soon it will come into force. So just to give you the highlight, and then also we take this opportunity to get your feedback. And also, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank ODI, because they have also then done some review on this policy, which we're planning to, in the next validation and review phase, to incorporate those reviews. So what's it all about? It all started when the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment approached NIDA, that's through their trade office, for the development of a national policy and strategy on e-commerce. Of course, we've been talking about this since yesterday. We know the importance. So we need a framework, a legal framework to drive this. And before that even, the official from WTO and other organizations, they've been asking for that. What policy do we have? On what framework are companies like Jumia, Konga, and even the foreign companies working on? So we told them still we are working, it's a work in progress, and we're hoping very soon it's going to come to force here. So the whole essence, I just have to rush this because we have just limited time, but it's to give direction. At least, yeah, we have the space, we know how important it is, so we need a framework, we need a policy to drive it. So that is the reason why we need the policy and strategy for e-commerce. Of course, since yesterday we've been talking about it, the data is there. It's a very huge space. It has potential to transform our digital economy, both at the federal level and the subnational levels. So it's something we feel is very, very serious. It's going to bring a lot of benefits in terms of jobs, inclusion, especially for the smaller, the SMEs, and so on. They are going to benefit from that, yeah. So we're looking at it from, we had e-commerce ecosystem mapping from organizations like GIZ, several programs we do. We scan the space, we see how this should be done. Also, we look at relevant institutional mandates. Like for instance, we have our ministry, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. We have the NCC, CBN, the Federal Consumer Protection Commission, and so on. So all this, we look at it, the Data Protection Agency, which is NDPC. All this, we look at all the relevant, those institutions, MDS and so on. We had a development process which started with stakeholder workshop. We have the NACEDI, that's the Council for E-Commerce and Digital Economy, which has been established by Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. So we had this in 2022. And then later on, we had the first stakeholder workshop for the review of the zero draft. That was done. We had a review, and we had a validation. So all those has gone through, but that was done in the last administration. So after the administration, we still have the policy, it's not yet approved. So we're looking at realities that have gone, and especially the advent of digital trade, then the after. So all those things that we're taking consideration into. Of course, like I mentioned, the same thing with the digital trade, which is a super components of e-commerce. We have all these challenges which we're looking at, and we're looking at ways how we can mitigate these challenges so we make this policy a reality. The opportunities, they are obvious. We've been discussing about them since yesterday. So we look at our population, the potential for SMEs, our payment system, which is quite matured, so it provides another opportunity for us to drive this further. Our teledensity use of internet in the continent, we're still leading, so that is also another advantage. And then, of course, our digital transformation, the different initiatives we're putting in place, including providing talents, infrastructure through policies like the broadband plan, capacity building, like the digital capacity, digital skills and capacity building initiatives that are all over. So we're training Nigerians, we're training young Nigerians to become producers of all these technologies and so on. So all these are opportunities that will help us in driving this policy and strategy. The scope is quite vast. We have B2B, B2C, consumer to business, and so on, even government. So we look at the scope, the applicability. So all this policy is meant to make this coherent, to drive it so that we can have a very good space for a digital economy and also to drive trade in this space. The vision to make Nigeria a global top 15 largest e-commerce market and top 10 most attractive destination for e-commerce by 2027. We're approaching that, but we believe still is doable. We can do that as soon as the policy is approved. The goal is to scale the capacity of Nigeria's e-commerce industry to create at least 2.5 million direct and indirect jobs and facilitate twice its contribution to GDP, the Nigerian GDP. We have so many objectives, one of which is the harmonization of the regulatory frameworks. So now we're looking at other things like digital trade and so on, put them together, how we can help youths and women, so inclusion is part of the agenda. That's something we're taking very serious. And also it provides opportunity for effective and efficient digital trade taxation system to be in place. We have several principles we're considering in enacting this policy. Investment is there, collaboration, this is something we've been saying. Collaboration, of course, is the new frontier, not about competition. We have also expansion. So job creation is very important, especially among the youth population. So this one provides us a good opportunity if we provide a framework, a policy that can harmonize the system. The focus areas in the policy: facilitation, internet and last mile connectivity, logistics. This is something our startups are doing very well in this area. So this will also provide more impetus for them to have more startups coming up with innovative solutions for logistics, so delivery can be quite efficient. Also competition and consumer protection. We are working with the agency to make sure that yes, what you order is what you get. Taxation, e-commerce adoption, and so on. All these are things we are looking at in the policy. The governance structure. So we start at the presidency. At the top, we have the presidency, then the Federal Executive Council. Then we have the honorable ministers in the two ministries. Both our ministry, that's the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, and then the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment. So these are the co-chairs. Then we have the NACEDI, the Council for the e-commerce and digital economy, and then the other players in the field, including our development partners. We already have a timeline, but this is going to be reworked. In fact, we are working on that because we will soon have another final review and validation session before we push it on to the ministers. It will be reviewed every 2 years or when the need arises. But going forward, when we're looking at, we've already talked about digital trade, so I will not say much about it. But we've been seriously involved in the negotiations, right from the start of the protocol, then to the annexes. Last year, we attended all the meetings in both Mozambique, Maputo, Addis Ababa, and of course, this year now, the annexes too have been adopted. So we're looking for full ratification of the digital trade protocol. So for that, what we're looking at, The annexes, of course, we went all through that. NIDA was actively participating on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. But the most important, so what's the next step for us? We're looking at new realities so that we can have the next 2.0, which we are planning to have final review and validation. So what we are looking at, that we're looking at new realities in the e-commerce space. Within the 2 years we've been working on it, so many new things have come up, so we want to take those into consideration. And then, of course, digital trade. We want to also put that, especially the AfCFTA protocol on digital trade, which will provide us more opportunity within the African continent. The huge market, the opportunity for innovation, and then our fintechs that are doing excellently to also have opportunity for cross-border payment and other things. So this is what we're looking at. And of course, the e-commerce policy is a national policy, so the subnationals are going to have a huge stake in this. In fact, they are the main drivers. So that's why we're bringing this. So any contribution will be welcomed, any observation, anything that we need to do further. You can contact us through NIDA or any of the ministries, the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, or the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. So this is what we have going forward. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so next on the list, please let's give him a round of applause again. Thank you. Next on the list, we're having a presentation from Trademark Africa. They are being represented by Mr. J. Sondogaji. Mr. J is an IT expert with more than 20 years of experiences in Africa and abroad. He is bilingual and have been working with the private sector as well as public administrations, governments, and regional organizations. He specialized in biometrics, identification, system architecture, digital trade, and information system. As a member of Trademark team, he supports the design and implementation of funded projects in West Africa. So let's welcome Mr. J. Sondogaji. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't hear much protocol, but I stand on all the protocols, all the distinguished and honorable people here. I am from Trademark, and I will be, there's a presentation actually. Okay, thank you. I will be taking you through some slide decks to talk about the noticeable thing we've been doing in Central Africa with Trademarks, and we are very keen to invest now and support initiative for trade enhancement in West Africa. So the first slide will be, okay. So the agenda, I will be fast tracking this because I think we are getting close to the lunch time. So quickly talk about who we are, what are the strategies Trademark have been rolling out since, the intervention we had in the different levels and area with some showcases that will be talking to the Nigerian digital trade framework, and then we might switch to Q&A. So who we are. Trademark is a need for trade and non-for-profit organization, which means our support are free. They are a kind of grant. It's not really loans. So our mission is to increase sustainable and inclusive non-African, intra-African trade and export to the rest of the world. So we believe that African can be a pioneer in exchanging and making business together. So what we believe is that if nations are more competitive globally, they can create wealth. And if they are wealth, then we can target or tackle a bit more or more efficiently poverty globally. So if the trade increase, this will contribute to the economic growth of each countries. And at the same time, if the resources are shared and planned correctly, I think there will be more wealth for everybody and less war, I think. So the growth timeline of TADE, we started 2010 in Kenya and have been expanding in Central Africa globally up to 14 countries now. And now we have started as of January 2023 to expand in West Africa, which means obviously Nigeria. So what were the strategies? The first strategy was to help all the stakeholders and all the companies and administration we've been supporting to shift from manual work to automated or digital work. So that was the time reduction and cost saving. Then the second strategy was to improve all those things that have been built in the different countries. And now the third strategy that have been started since January 2023 is to support trade growth, support sustainable trade, and support inclusive trade. So valuable or noticeable results from the strategy 2 was generally about reducing costs. So you can see, for example, that when we started ICT for Trade, which was the first name of our actual plan, our actual strategy, which is digital trade, we have been able to reduce almost by 66 hours a trade-related activity in the countries, in the 14 countries we are investing in Central Africa. And we have also been able to reduce the cost of trade activities for smaller companies. And this is generally everything you invest in making trade, like printing, moving from your house to an administration, all those sort of activities that cost you a little money, and when you add up, it becomes a lot of money. So per application, we've been able to create a reduction of $14 per application, and these range from $27 to $14. Now, we are now rolling out, or we have started to roll out our strategy 3. And as you can see, this strategy 3 fits perfectly in the needs of implementation of AfCFTA and all the needs that we've been hearing yesterday and this morning after Ms. Lola about Nigeria adopting this new trade framework. So the 6 portfolio areas we are targeting is trade and investment environment, resilience and inclusive trade, quality and value traded goods, digital system, physical connectivity. We talked about data centers and internet, and green trade, because the planet is burning and we need to make sure we can still live in here for centuries again. So this thing needs to be sustainable. So the digital integration, the trade we have been doing, we tackles services in digital economy, trade policy, trade corridors, and trade and investment. I'll go more specific about this, but it's important to also note that we not only work with states, but we work with everybody. Like we can have intervention at agency level, national level, regional level, continental level, and global. And in each of these sectors or areas, we have been doing things with agencies like trade licenses and permits. In national, I will showcase after this slide, the national single window that we built in Uganda. Regionally, we've been building in Central Africa something that we call the SCT, which is a current, how can I say it? A single custom territory. So it takes in a lot of countries, and you can do seamless custom operation within all those countries, and I'll showcase that, and also continental and global with AfCFTA. So talking about national initiative, I've just mentioned it. We have worked with Kenya authorities and to build ICMS, which is an integrated custom management system for Kenya, but this is a very large platform that includes Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya. So it can help you, let's say, do an export process from Kenya directly to Tanzania with a single stop. So I will show you now, we have a regional cargo system tracking, which is monitorable by all the countries involved in that export operation. We built also a phytosanitary certification system, which includes Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Mozambique. And I guess these are the things that will be useful. There are a lot of initiatives already done in Nigeria and in the region. We mentioned SIGMAT earlier, but these are initiatives we can utilize or benefit also from. And for Uganda, for example, we've been able to help and support Uganda Electronic Single Window, which connects a very large band of administration in one system, which makes trade and all those processes very easier and faster for the people. And as impact, for instance, we've been able to help save like $26.4 dollars saving for traders. There is already now almost 45% less document processing cost, because now everything is digitalized. And with ICMS, we have the groundbreaking reduction of going from 6 hours to 30 seconds for an authorized economic operator system clearing. And I was also mentioning, I will show you this after this, we've built a regional electronic cargo system. So cargo tracking system. So this is a system that helps all the country in the Central Africa space to track seamlessly something that lives in a country for another one. And these are GPS real-time data that are shared over the countries, so you don't need to replace the GPS device every time you come to a border. You don't need to do any other custom clearance or processes at each border. This makes things very fast. And it's helped us create the single custom territory, which takes into account Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, like you can see. So this system, for instance, has been able to lower the transit from 21 days to 5 or 4 days. And this is, I think, very noticeable. So we also, at the continental levels, been supporting AfCFTA in the digital protocol. I will not be spending too much time. Ms. Lola has been very explicit on this. And we also built a platform that we call TILP, which is a Trade Logistic Information Pipeline, who enables us to share information about different stakeholders. And what is very interesting in this is that it's based on the distributed ledger technology, which prevents the system from having tempered data. So everybody is very comfortable with what is shared by this platform. So, and also talking about inclusive trade, we've built ISOCO, which is a platform, a kind of marketplace for women, and it's shared across different countries, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda also. There's a website, that's isoco.com, that you can visit, and it has it for every country. So it's a website and also a mobile application which onboards a marketplace for women. So at Trademarks, how do we see the future of trade? We believe that the future of trade should be inclusive and sustainable and benefit from a good data governance. These are all the things we've been talking about since yesterday, and we are very keen to be able to invest in all those things. I have to mention that the strategy tree of Trademark is about investing almost 700 million in the timeline of 2023 to 2030. So I think Nigeria can get a good part of it. So thank you. I wanted it to be too long, so if there is any question, you're welcome. Yeah. No question? Okay. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
You hear me very well? Some of the challenges you encountered. I'm Dr. A.O. Gufumilayo from Nigeria Agricultural Quality Service. It's one of the regulatory agencies under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture for the country. And at the same time, I'm the IPPC contact person, International Plant Protection Convention contact person for Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a quick one. Most of the time, it's good to speak about, let's say, positive experiences and not negative ones. So to beat all those things, we have been going from manual work to digitalized work. So you know, of course, that this can be very challenging, talking about having human resource to do this, having the users to comply and adopt the new strategies, and we are very available to support, because it goes from being able to provide the right information and engage people to also being able to build with the engineers good softwares and good platforms. So a lot of challenges, but we've been able to overcome all those things. So I think we can replicate the same thing in West Africa, and that's what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Adeniyi Helen, Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology in Kogi State. My question is, how do the regional electronic tracking system, how does it aid in reducing the delivery time? Thank you.
Generally, and I would take the case of West Africa, we've been working with ECOWAS. ECOWAS has started the SIGMAT initiative, and the SIGMAT initiative is very interesting initiative because before SIGMAT, when you want to export something from, let's say, Lagos to Abidjan, you have to cross Benin, Togo, and Ghana. And what happened is that each of those countries, to prevent themselves from smuggling and all the side effects of that, they will want to track what you are crossing the country with. So every time you come to a border, you have to do a clearance at the custom, and each country will just put a GPS on your car. And then it takes a time to do that. Check the car, scan it, drop a GPS, you remove your GPS, and you do that at each border. So it takes a lot of time for trucks to pass and to cross for transit. So being able to build a regional cargo tracking system helps every country to be at peace. Like if somebody says we are sending something from Lagos to Ivory Coast, and this is very for Ivory Coast, and it will not be smuggled, or just the car will not stop in the country and just sell there. Ivory Coast will be able to track the truck, Ghana, Benin, and Lagos also. So the car doesn't need to stop. When it comes to the border, the system has already received the information for transit, and the guy just passed. So it really shortened the time of transit for everything. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Maweni Joseph, Taraba State participant. My question is simple. How can the subnationals key into your initiative? Subnationals, that's the states
Yeah,
in
sure.
Nigeria.
Sure. Like we have started to say, things start on the ground level. So the subnational might have some agencies or some department or some any administration to deploy its own policies or its own frameworks, or to implement its own needs. And that's where we come actually, because we can at the subnational level just get the vision and what you want to implement and help all the stakeholders below the level of subnational to implement that. So it can be something very integrated the whole country-wide, or very specific to a state, and then we need to discuss about that and get it. So there is no limitation actually. So this can be very trickled at a lower level or a higher level. So I don't know if this answers your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question is very simple, and it's also involving the subnationals, just like my friend from there asked. In the whole trade locked has a lot of infrastructure that are capital intensive in building to track. And when the states wants to key in, some of them, their weight to go into building the infrastructures would not be there. Is there any possibility of state getting grants from the organization to build the infrastructure within the state?
Definitely. If I can get back the slide, please. Yeah. If you see, one of our portfolio is physical connectivity. And this is definitely about building and investing in data centers, internet connectivity, networks, device and security, everything. So the state can get a support for that directly. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think everything is clear. There's no question.
Good day. Sorry. Oh, the last question maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to relate this to individual, maybe companies, where the AEO, that is authorized economic operators,
yeah,
that could maybe develop an app like that of East Africa, the ISOCO type, where individuals and companies will participate directly in exports. Would there be any room for that in liaison with the organizers so that at least they will be encouraged?
I think the AEO initiative cannot be really individual. It needs to be rules either by customs or either by an administration. And we don't directly finance or support companies, sole companies. Generally, we support the state or the agencies for the benefit of companies and users. So if there is any initiative of the kind, it needs to be, how can I say it, supervised, let's say this way, by somebody that is the state level or national level, and then we will be able to invest in it. So what you need to understand is that we don't give direct cash, but if you have any needs of consultancy, acquiring devices, building a data center, or rolling out a policy or anything, then we can support, because there is a tender system that will be issued, and either you are the one that will be doing it or we will be the one who doing it. Then we support by financing. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to Mr. J. Okay, so there's a quick task here before lunch that I want you guys to do with me. So please, if you have this piece of leaflet with you, please check it's either with your jotter or with your file. Does everybody have it? Okay, so please kindly bring out your cell phones. It's quite easy. Just do it with me, just a quick task, warm up our body. So, you don't have it, you can have mine. You can use if you don't have it, you can use the person beside you, just scan the barcode. So, please bring out your cell phone, scan the QR code here. After you scan it, there are a few questions there. Just fill and submit your feedback. If you can do that in 5 minutes, please. After scanning, you can stand up and are we almost done? Are we done? If you're done, you can gently rise and go and have lunch. Please make sure you scan the QR code. I'll check. Okay, see, we're not done. No one stood up. So please scan the QR code, answer the few questions, submit your feedback, and can now go and have lunch. So another benefit of filling out the questionnaire is you will get first-hand reports from ODI. You would also get more information on this event and be able to get, basically you're getting the first-hand. So if you can just scan, fill the form, emails will be sent out to you, and you get the reports, you get new information first-hand. Thank you. After lunch, please let us all come back in here by 2 p.m. for the workshop training and engagements. 2 p.m., let's be back here seated to be engaged for the workshop. Thank you. if we are done with the forms, please. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, honorables, commissioners, good afternoon. The next session will begin in 2 minutes. Kindly settle down. Next session begins in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorables. Welcome back from lunch. And thank you so much for coming back on time. This is 2:01. We want to ensure we can start on time and leave on time. So what I'll do, just before we go for the breakout sessions, is just run through some of the things we've done today so far. Please, if you are still on the launch, please make your way back. I think when we came today, one of the key things was that we wanted to be sure. Let me check that I can. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, we wanted to be sure that everyone leaves here with a clear understanding of what this AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol is. We know that all the answers are not going to be answered here, but the discussion has started. We take all the information back, and we see how we can potentially start implementing. So that was really what the first session was about, understanding what the protocol was. There was a session on e-commerce policy, which I think was very important and timely, showing you that there's work ongoing. The question is, how do we formalize that and how do we plug in? Thirdly, the session from TMA, Trademark Africa. I think it was good that we could clearly see what is already happening globally. The work that Trademark Africa is doing, the fact that there are people who are also supporting this. The question is, in Nigeria, how do we ensure that we are ready? Because if anybody wants to fund, they need to be sure that we are ready. We know what we want to do. They're just sort of helping us catalyze that. So I think those are the key things that we've been able to establish so far. We also have the call for action, which is, we want to make sure we deepen involvement at a state level, subnational. We don't want this to just fly over our heads. This is our journey. It's a one journey for all of us. We want to be sure that each state understands how are they, in terms of their digital strategy, digital assessments, connectivity, where is everybody at, so that we can see how we can connect to work together. We want to be sure there's work on enhancing global competitiveness at the state level, implementation of the roadmap, and of course, strengthening our capacity building. So those are some of the key things that we want to take back with us. So now we're going to go into the breakout session, which is a very important session. We've all come from different states, different departments. I've met so many people from all the key stakeholders are in this room. The question now is, how do we discuss? How do we actually move forward? So what we're going to go into now is the breakout sessions, which is going to happen. Let me move back to that side. Okay. Which is going to happen behind us, in that room behind us. We've arranged round tables. The whole idea is that we'll leave this, stand up, stretch our legs, walk to the breakout session room. We pick a table. On each table, we'll have different stakeholders. Make sure that you're mixed. Let's ensure the tables are filled when you get to the back. We're going to have questions that each table is going to discuss. This is very important, as I said. We don't want to come here and just tell you about all these things. We want to hear from you. We want to learn from each other. We want to also learn from you. So it's very important that we have these engagements. So please, I know we've eaten, but I'm sure we'll wake up for this. So we're going to have the groups. So any table you end up will be your group. We're going to have 6 questions, but 1 question for each group. And we're going to assign it. When you get on your table, you're going to have, here we've put 45 minutes, but really, if you can aim to have the discussions in about 30 minutes, max 40. You may think that this is too much time, but I tell you, once you start the discussion, you'll be surprised that within, you think you've only done 10 minutes, you've done 30 minutes. So it's important we're focused. On each table, there will be a representative, please. So you need to nominate someone or somebody needs to nominate themselves so that you can just take a summary of what was discussed, your key action points, and we can document them. Because at the end of the day, I want us all, and I think that's the key objective of the organizers, is to have a take-home, clear action points we can track. Okay, if we're going to engage at state level, how do we engage? What is it we need to do? So I think that is the key objective. So I'm going to just give a broad-based understanding of the questions. But when we get to your tables and you're seated, we will then give you the questions that are assigned to your table. Hope that's okay. Yes, good. Thank you. Okay. So I'll just break it down very quickly, just a broad understanding. But as I said, on your table, you only have 1 question. But these are the kinds of questions we're going to answer through the day. One is, we've talked about the AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol, and we know we've all established now that it's going to be boost intra-African trade by over 30% by 2035. But then Nigeria faces real, issues, digital infrastructure. I'm talking to some states, and we're talking about, we even need to lay connectivity. We need to even be ready to connect before we even start to think about what we're going to export. Every states at different level. We have fragmented regulations. We're still trying to harmonize cybersecurity risks. So what are the top 3 challenges? that you see. So among the group, we should be able to discuss what are the top 3 challenges you foresee with this implementation that we're talking about. Are there any policy, regulatory, or capacity building measures that you think can help? So that table, the question will be, what are the top 3 challenges you see with this implementation that we're talking about? What do you think can be done about it? That would be question 1. Question 2 is really about this e-commerce, and I'm hoping that our people from the e-commerce team are here because it would be good for them to be in this group. It's projected to grow by 50% by 2025, that's this year, given all that's happening, all these platforms that I've mentioned. But then we still rely on physical infrastructure. So how can we develop our integrated logistics solutions? How can we develop integrated logistics solutions to support this cross-border digital trade and ensure timely and cost-effective service delivery? This question is about, okay, we say we want to go digital, but do we have the physical infrastructure to support? What can actually be done? Can this, digital trade protocol help catalyze some of those things that need to be done in country, in states? Another question is, I'll just run through quickly. I just want to show we all have a broad understanding. This is for one of the key things, and this is going to be in different groups as well. It's really, we've all come here now. But how at a state level can we really make an impact? That is the question here. How can at a state level we make an impact really, to move the needle forward? Question 4, very important. And I think I touched on that earlier, where over 70% of the women traders in West Africa operate in the informal sector. But then they are marginalized. How can we ensure that, because for cross-border trade to work, all this informal, most of the people who are actually doing it are women and young people. So what are the things that we think we can implement in Nigeria to ensure that, this can move forward? Almost done. And what are so this is again around e-commerce, but really what are the top 3 barriers that are preventing businesses? So it would be good to have, there's some of the people I mentioned from Traderly here as well, to actually join in this conversation. What are actually the barriers for scaling? And then as from a policy perspective as well, we can see what can be done on that. And lastly, this is, we need, so Nigeria needs an estimated $3 billion investments in digital trade infrastructure to unlock its full potential. How can the government, private sector, and development partners collaborate to drive investments, foster innovation, and scale digital trade? So these are really, what kind of PPPs do we need, essentially? So this is it. I know we've just had lunch, but please, I would like us to get our energy up and let's have these discussions quickly, come up with, ideas and thoughts so we can collate them together and see how we can jointly move this forward. So on that note, if that's okay, can we please make our way to the breakout room at the back? Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll see you there now. Thank you. Sorry, I know you need to stretch your legs, but bear with us. It's just behind.
Can we all come in and settle down? Can we all come in and settle down, please?
Good afternoon and welcome back. I told you that the time would look so much in the beginning, but then in reality, for the kinds of issues we're discussing, it's not going to be that much in the end. So welcome back. I'm sure it was an engaging discussion. We're going to start the presentations now, but I can see people are still, I don't think we have everyone here. But we'll just start, okay? So my colleague here would come and announce the groups that are coming out first. It's going to be in group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So group 1, if you could please just, get together. I don't know how you want to present, but you could have 1, 2 representatives, support your group. That would be really fantastic. Thank you so much. So, you'll come up on stage.
Okay, so group one. Please come up on stage.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Group 1, and we named our group the Digital Powerhouse. So we're actually going to read out the question, then we'll tell you the 3 top priority problematic areas we think we need to work on, and then the solution. So the question we have is, the ACTA Digital Trade Protocol has the potential to boost intra-African trade by over 30% by 2035 this is by World Bank. However, Nigeria faces barriers such as poor digital infrastructure, fragmented regulations, and cybersecurity risks. What are the top 3 challenges you foresee in implementation, and what policy, regulatory, and capacity building measures can fast track the progress? So we actually highlighted lots of challenges, and at the end of the day, we look at the top 3 priorities that we think we should actually look into. The first one is lack of awareness of what AfCFTA actually stands for and its benefits. So, of course, what you don't know, you cannot actually have a buy into it. So people really need to know. We might be here, we might be able to say what the acronym, not just knowing what the acronym AfCFTA stands for, but what is the objective, what is the protocol, how many states are involved in it, why are we even going to AfCFTA? All this is very, very important for us, not just with our hair, down to the grassroots, so that in driving this, everybody can actually get it right and do it well. And one of the major things we want to chip in is what we call the 5 Ps. The 5 Ps means poor preparation. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. But when it's a poor preparation, therefore your performance is going to be poor. So we want the flip side now, proper preparation. So the first thing is sensitization, and we will look forward to having massive sensitization down to the grassroots. Then we also look forward to capacity building. We want people to go down to the local government, the wards in the local governments, and National Orientation Agency and other relevant agencies are going to be the one that will drive this for us. We look forward to information about the objectives, the protocols of AfCFTA being translated in indigenous languages in the country, whereby anybody anywhere can have understanding of what it is, and they will be able to run with us as they get to know what we stand for. Then we look forward to incorporating this into our school curriculum. We want to catch our students young, primary, secondary, university, MSME levels. We want to catch them young. So we want to introduce into our curriculum, because entrepreneurship is what the country is going towards. So let them learn right from the cradle. So the second challenge that we think is very, very key and important is poor digital infrastructure and poor physical infrastructure. But the digital infrastructure, because look at poor, cyber threat, cyber fraud, cyber security, and all the likes. So to be able to combat this challenge, we look at having technical partners to come in to aid the solutions to build around here. So we also look at having PPP, public-private participation. If the government alone cannot take it, we want the country people to also to participate in this and also build it together. If we own a process, then it will work. It's not just for the government or the governors, the government seat alone. It's for all of us as a country, as Nigeria, and as Africa. Then making internet facility available, affordable, accessible, and also the speed at which it's being made available is also very important to us all. Then the third one we look at is fragmented policies and regulations across African countries. Of course, if we're not, if we're in this room and we don't even understand the reason why we are here, in the first instance, there is no way things can work along. You cannot be looking south and I'm looking north. All of us have to look at the same day. We have to be focused. So first and foremost, we need alignment and clarity of policies and regulations across the 54 countries that signed into the AfCFTA agreements and the others that will still come along in adopt the protocol along the way. Then we also need to, we look forward to having a single monetary zone, whereby for us even to trade within ourselves, we're talking about African countries, if we can actually adopt a single monetary zone, it's going to go a long way, so that anybody coming in from West African region, whichever East African, we have a single monetary and can be able to trade and be able to address it. So we have lots of things, but Well, let me just stop here. I'm sure. Thank you.
A round of applause for them. Next up, we have Group 2. Group 2. That's table 2, Group 2.
Okay, good afternoon. So for Group 2, I'm here with my partner. The question that was given to us in Group 2, e-commerce penetration in Africa is projected to grow by 50% by 2025. That's based on statistics. Yet, inefficient logistics remain a bottleneck. So given that 90% of trade in Africa still relied on physical infrastructure, that's based on report by UNECA. So the question for the group is, how can Nigeria develop integrated logistics solutions to support cross-border digital trade and ensure timely and cost-effective service delivery? Yes, from the group, we have a lot of suggestions, so I will just summarize the few that we have here. So first, what we agreed upon in our group is that there is need for investment in capital development, and I mean a human capital development in ICT. Because if we are going to talk about issue of e-governance, the most important is to have the human resource that can manage that. Because when we don't have that, so whatever initiative we have, we don't have the resource, I mean the human resource to handle that. So that will actually be an issue. Then following that too, then there's need to also invest in infrastructural development, which would also involve strengthening of the ICT and internet facilities, just like Group 1 mentions too. So because if you don't have those facilities, you have the human capital, without the strengthening of the infrastructure, then we won't be able to achieve that. So once those two are achieved, then there's need to also create awareness. Because when you have a very good, noble idea, and the people, your target population are not aware of your initiative, they won't be able to accept that, and then that will also affect its implementation. So there's need to also create awareness. And then there's also need to also develop a software or an application that is user-friendly, that can also be accepted, be accepted globally. That will also enhance the e-commerce. And importantly too, just like we learned from, between yesterday and today, one of the major factors that is hindering the e-commerce is data management. So there's need for us to generate data and to ensure that the data are managed adequately, so that whatever aspect of the e-commerce you are looking at and whatever decision or policies we are going to implement, you have data that will back up whatever we want to do. And then since we are also looking at beyond, the e-commerce beyond Nigeria, then there's need to also develop policies that will help the cross-border activities. So we need to have policies on that. And then importantly too, we are also looking at issue of collaboration. There's need to collaborate with stakeholders, development partners, just like we did here. This meeting is a typical example where you have stakeholders from the Ministry of Commerce, you have those from Ministry of Science and Technology, you have those from innovations, and then different development partners. So collaboration is key in ensuring that we achieve that. And then we also look at it that since we are talking about issue of e-commerce, using electronic to transact business, not just locally, but across border. There's also need to also strengthen our different means of transportation, whether it is road transport, air transport, transport by sea. So whichever means of transport, so there is need to also strengthen that, so that once something needs to be conveyed from one point to another, it should be able to arrive the destination within the specific time frame. And then that will also make the people to have trust in whatever initiative we are having, and then that will make them to also imbibe that. So I think I will hand over more to my colleague to let him say one or two things, because we are working as a team, and that's the spirit of collaboration. Over to you.
Thank you so much. We had a wonderful deliberation amongst us. It's all about teamwork. All the points put together here are from Group 1. And like in, Group 2. And like in production, until goods get to the final destination, there's no production. So the transport system here is meant to end or terminate at the very final point of the request, not at the port, until whoever requested them gets them. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
A round of applause for them. So now we'll have the representatives from Group 3.
Good afternoon. So we are from Group 3, and our question was, the AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol has the potential to boost intra-African trade by over 30% by 2035, by World Bank. However, Nigeria faces barriers such as poor digital infrastructure, fragmented regulations, and cybersecurity risk. What are the top 3 challenges you foresee in implementation and what policy, regulatory, and capacity building measures can fast-track progress? So the top 3 challenges are poor digital infrastructure, limited internet access, broadband, unreliable power supply, and inadequate technological resources. Fragmented regulations. Number 2, fragmented regulations, inconsistent policies across states and agencies, creating barriers to digital trade. Number 3, cybersecurity risk, insufficient data protection laws and vulnerability to online fraud and hacking.
Mitigation. Okay, having identified these issues, we feel there is a need to have some synergy in policies across ministries, departments, and agencies of government, so that we'll be able to harmonize policies. Won't have policies saying different things across different agencies. Also, in terms of infrastructural development, we agreed that there should be increased collaboration in public-private partnership to ensure that more investments are done in the infrastructure. We gave an example on the right-of-way for fiber, where some states charge zero naira on per meter, while other states charge as high as 6,000 per linear meter. Increased collaboration and relaxation of some regulations on such would actually help to reduce that. We also agreed that strengthening cybersecurity measures and also deepen the enforcement on data protection is very necessary to improve trade across the borders. Thank you.
A round of applause for them. So next up we have Group 4.
Hey. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Group 4, and it's going to read out our question. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So for Group 4, this was a question. Africa e-commerce market is expected to reach 75 billion by 2025, that's this year. Yet Nigeria businesses struggle with cross-border payments, interoperability, trust deficits, and regulatory fragmentation. What are the top 3 barriers preventing Nigerian businesses from scaling, and what policy, infrastructure, or industry-led solutions are required? So let me take the barriers, some of the barriers we identified, while my colleague will give us the solution. So, like everybody has said here, we did mention the fact that inadequate investment in digital infrastructure is one of the key challenge we have, barrier in this climate, Nigeria especially. Also, we also identified the fact that there's been high cost of digital infrastructure. Recently, we have a colleague that is in NCC. We're asking jokingly, why are data increasing? And he could not answer us. So these are barriers involved in digital trade at this end. And of course, lack of regulatory synergy. We know that we have a lot of regulatory bodies in Nigeria that does oversight function on trade, but of course, there's no synergy, no singleness of it all. So it's causing a lot of issues. And of course, knowledge gap are issues that we have identified. Then, of course, we mentioned solutions, and my colleague will go ahead in this.
So for the digital infrastructure development, we think a public-private partnership should be encouraged. The private tech firms should collaborate, such as MTN, Airtel, Mewan, come together and expand our broadband infrastructure so that we can leverage on accessible data. People from the village that are underserved can also, enjoy that. Help me out.
Well, the trade that we're talking about here, yeah.
Okay. So the second one, what we're talking about, the second one, we mentioned access to funding and investment. So we feel like a government-backed venture for capital funds should be also encouraged to attract local and international investors such that startups can enjoy techs and startups can enjoy incentives to also encourage the young ones that are coming up, that whatever. Then we talked about digital payment infrastructure and financial inclusion. That is very, very key, because let's say, for example, we are talking about e-commerce, right? And you don't have we're talking about e-commerce, and people in the, like I said, in the underserved areas, they don't have capacity or the knowledge on the tech knowledge. So how do they come up to sell or to leverage on that to sell their product? So that's a very, very important topic for us. Apart from financial inclusion, we also talk about the digital inclusion, because the people don't understand that they can also sell their product through or digitally. So that's very, very important for us to. Sorry, I'm nervous.
No, you should not. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. So the next topic we're talking about is the data protection and cybersecurity. So this was very key because there's a lot of there's lack of trust in tech business, especially when it comes to this country, Nigeria. So a lot of people are afraid to do business, to deal, because it's coming from Nigeria. Someone said he does his own remote jobs, and then when he tries to sell, nobody trusts them. But if you see another person that moves to another country like Ghana and is doing the same business, he gets
patronized.
Yes.
Yeah. So we need. So for such, we're saying there should be national digital identity. So people can be very certain that anything you are dealing with, it's been verified, it's been validated. So such will help if we have such a facility, a national database that shows for that. And I think she has said other ones, and investment, we need investment, adequate investments in digital trade and infrastructure. Thank you.
A round of applause for Group 5. Group 4. Please, can we have Group 5? Representatives of Group 5.
Thank you so much. This is Group 5, and our question is, what role can trade commissioners play in implementing federal capital trade policies at the state level? Then the second question there is ICT / digital trade primarily a state or federal responsibility? The third question is, if a state issue, what independent actions can you take? The fourth question is, if a federal issue, what support, resources, a policy alignment do states need from federal ministries to effectively implement and internalize existing digital trade policies? Dr. Obioma will take the answers to all of this.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. To answer the questions, we said that yes, trade commissioners play a key role in implementing, particularly in implementing federal digital trade policies at the state level. To do this, they act as intermediaries between federal agencies and state governments. The responsibilities of the trade commissioners with respect to trade policy include the following, amongst others. They facilitate the implementation of policies by domesticating these policies at the state level. They also ensure budget provision or creation for the implementation of the policy. They create an awareness, that is, an advocacy and sensitization to ensure that the policies, whichever they are aligned with the state's focus. They drive the process of collaboration and partnership with relevant stakeholders and promote alignment, ensuring that state-level regulations do not conflict with national trade objectives or create barriers to digital trade. And they drive the implementation process, thereby supporting local businesses. The next question was saying, are they both state and federal responsibilities? And we say yes, the responsibilities are both national and subnational. In terms of state, what the state trade commissioners need to do is to initiate the process of developing a policy to address what we think will be relevant to their own state. And then they look for local infrastructure at the state level. They ensure data protection laws and also show, for example, that showcase what they have in the state. Trade commissioners are also to uphold collaboration between the state and various state and federal agencies, for example, NITA, and also private organizations. Trade commissioners at the state level should also ensure human capital building and understand what it is that they need in the local community. For some communities, they complained about poor internet savvy youth, and they should try and see how to bring them, up to speed. They also work towards ensuring the development of infrastructure, such as communication infrastructure. And then they work towards addressing specific issues, having identified their priority, state-level priority, and also to assess the level of infrastructure, especially technology and communication. At the federal, when it becomes a federal, at the federal level, we're also looking at capacity building, but in this case, instead of really human, we're talking more about infrastructure. Funding of digital infrastructure, training, policy harmonization, research and data, and ensuring collaboration platforms. We also, at the federal level, are looking at collaboration between federal and state governments, and also collaboration with key agencies. Ensuring policy alignment, such as what's going on right now, to ensure that key information on developments and policy implementation is going down to the grassroots. And also at the federal level to identify areas of support by state, especially funding, also co-finance, to find out areas of co-finance, and being able to solidify such fundings via creation or development of memorandum of understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Another round of applause, please. So please, we would like to have Group 6 representatives.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For Group 6, our question was, over 70% of women traders in West Africa operate in the informal sector, AFDB, facing barriers such as limited access to finance, digital literacy, and regulatory constraints. What targeted interventions, for example, digital financing tools, trade facilitation programs, policy incentives, can help transition women and youth into the formal digital economy? So in our group, we first of all identified what are these barriers, what are the constraints. Number one, limited access to finance, which is very key. Digital illiteracy. Regulatory constraints. Those are the constraints that we actually identified. And in finding solutions to it, so that the women and youth can be inclusive. We came up with number 1, awareness, sensitization, and reorientation. When the women, especially those in the village or the youth in the village, don't even understand what you're talking about, they don't know anything about technology, they don't know anything about digitalization, you need to enlighten them. Speak to them in the language that they will understand, their local language. Teach them, let them know exactly what it is, what they are to benefit if they key into it. And for those that already have the mindset of women are not supposed to go into this, there's limitation, by the time you reorientate them, they will understand that, yes, they can use this to even boost their business. So number 2, we went into loans and grants with proper monitoring and evolution. Now, you have told these people what they can gain, their benefits, if they key into the digital era and all that. How now do they access all that they need? All these things cost money. So by the time you provide loans for them, easy way to access these loans with low interest rates so that they'll be able to use it. And, getting these loans should also be made easy for them. The youths and the women, especially the women, they get discouraged when they see that things are too difficult. And they will say, yes, I said so, it's not, So try and encourage them by giving them loans and grants. When you look at what people are doing and you support the vision, give them grants to make their vision, especially the digital vision, come to pass. Then there should be proper monitoring. Not after you've given somebody loan or grant, the person uses it for another purpose. It should be used for the actual purpose for which it was collected. So there should be proper monitoring. Then we went also to talk about incentives and discounts. Yes, incentives, things that you can use to motivate them. Like you can give them free internet access. That's a form of motivation. You have taught them that they should keep their business maybe into these, they can advertise on the different platforms. They can make sales on different platforms. They will tell you they don't have money to buy data. Give them free internet access, at least to start off. When they know the advantage, they can now, know the benefits and start giving something out to be able to access it. Then we went into adequate training and building, capacity building. These people, you have talked to them, you have orientated them, the youths, the women, yes. They need adequate training. If you want someone to go digital, it's not like just waking up to sell something. They need to acquire skills. They need to be trained. They need to know what to do. Even to operate their phones, they need to be taught on how to do it. Then we went into formation of groups, platforms, and associations. There are some things they can't achieve on their own, except they form groups or associations. You can train them as a group, train them as an association. If there's any benefit for them, they can come as group and association. Sorry, I've been told I have limited time. Let me just rush through this. So we also have a mentorship. Yes, you should have those that will mentor these women and the youth. They will look up to you and say, yes, I want to do what this person is. I want to go into this area. You also come and talk to them. Let them know how you were able to achieve what you have achieved. Yes, you're an expert, you're a guru in your field. Teach them. Let them know how you got there so that they can follow suit. Then we also talked about networking and partnership, public-private partnership. Everything shouldn't just be about government. Public-private partnership. Let the private sector that knows what it takes come and educate these people and key into their vision. Then we talked about formulation of policies that are inclusive, friendly policies, policies that would make the women and the children, the women and the youth, achieve their purpose. You know, not the policy that will be so strict that it will chase them away from the digital formation that we want them to come to. So the policies should also be friendly. Then finally, we said, who are those that are to drive these things we are talking about? Who exactly should be the driving force to achieve all these things so that our women and youth will be inclusive? Number one, we said, is by both federal governments, state governments, and local governments, but especially the local governments, who are very close to the grassroots. They have to bring in the traditional rulers, especially in some parts of the country. If the traditional rulers are not involved, you can't achieve anything. So bring them close so that you'll be able to achieve the purpose. Thank you very much.
Group 6. Thank you. So, last but not least, Group 7. I'd like to have your representatives. Okay. They are bringing a laptop.
Good afternoon. We are Group 7, that is the first from behind. Our question was, Nigeria needs an estimated $3 billion investment in digital trade infrastructure to unlock its full potential. How can the government, private sector, and developmental partners collaborate to drive investment, foster innovation, and scale digital trade investments? 2, what policy levers can encourage greater public-private sector engagement?
Okay, thank you very much. Since we are the last group to speak, I would act as a summarizer of the whole presentation. So mine will be very brief. So our question falls in 2 arms. The first is the role of government, private sector, and development partners to drive investment. And then the second is the policy and the policy levers that can encourage PPP engagement. So on the first arm, we divided the questions into three answers and 3 arms: the role of the government, the role of the private sector, and development partners. The first role the government can play is policy and regulatory, is in terms of policy and regulatory framework. The government can establish clear, transparent, and friendly business policies to create an enabling environment for digital trade. We have been discussing digital trade since yesterday, and we know the enormous benefit of digital trade. Government can step in to create an enabling environment, which is what we are doing at the moment for digital trade, to encourage investment in this sector. And the private sector can come in to provide feedback on the regulatory challenges with regards to investment in digital trade, while the development partners can now offer technical assistance and their research contributions for investment. The second arm is infrastructure development. Yes, there is serious need for infrastructure development, especially in the digital space. We know that Nigeria is still backwards in digital infrastructure, and government can step in by investing in digital infrastructure through broadband networks and data centers. Nigeria, I understand, has a beautiful broadband network and data center. The move now can be to improve what we have, the existing infrastructure to aid digital trade. Private sector can come in to co-invest in infrastructure through public-private partnerships, while the development partners can now come in through funding and through their expertise, which they have. Then the third part is digital skills and workforce development. There is need. The reason why we are here today is the deficit we have in digital trade knowledge. So government can introduce literacy programs for people like us, in quotes, to encourage and teach, especially the first group talked about introducing it in our schools to teach the young ones. Let it be more actively done for them to understand that digital trade is a way to go. So you can also do this by also introducing vocational training for professionals and young ones. Private sector can come in through development of industry-specific training programs and collaborate with institutions like universities and even secondary schools to train young ones. Then the development partners can come through fundings, through initiatives, and provide expertise on digital trade skill development. Now, the very important one is access to finance and investments. Government can also create initiatives for investors, such as measures such as trade incentives, such as tax breaks and grants, to encourage startups to do business in the digital space. The private sector can also invest in startups. We have a lot of startups in Nigeria. The SMIDAN is doing a very good job. NIPC is doing a very good job. And so these startups can be encouraged by the private sector through various incentives. The development partners can also come in through funding of these startups. Now, this is the end of the first arm. The second arm is, our question was, what policy levers can encourage greater public-private engagement? Now, the problem of Nigeria, I heard it yesterday, it was stated that the problem of Nigeria is implementation of policies. We have beautiful policies in Nigeria. So the problem of Nigeria is the implementation of the policies we have on ground. Now, government can come in by institutionalizing PPP framework, irrespective of the change in government. So when we talk about subnational government or state government, irrespective of the change in each government, because now we have different times for elections in Nigeria. Now, irrespective of the change in government, all the policies that have been started by the other administration would be continued to ensure a flow in policies. We can also do this also by identity management for subnationals like states through constructive digitalization of data. One way of achieving this is by strengthening national digital identity system. We have it in NIMSI. If I have this example, if our ATM card can be used anywhere in the world, and it can identify who we are, why can't our NIMSI do the same thing? That's a question. That's a poser for us. So the identity management can be strengthened to be able to identify each Nigeria, each or any person coming into Nigeria to do business under the digital space. The last but not the least is the streamlining of regulatory policies. When you discuss with investors, one challenge they have is the streamlining of bureaucratic processes of our investment space. Now, if this is done, yesterday they were also talking about collaboration between different agencies, collaboration between states. This is important. If this streamlining is done, it will ensure that the investment, the 3 billion investment that we were asked will be achieved. Thank you very much.
Just to add that, to get $3 billion investment in Nigeria is not that difficult. investors are willing to bring in their money. However, how secure is their investment? They want to know if their investment will be secure. What is the fair and equitable treatment are we offering to them? So if we want to get it right, we have to make sure that the investors and their investment are secured in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Group 7. Okay. That brings an end to the breakout session. Now, I'd like to call on Mr. Max to give us a finishing. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Well, what and for very two productive days, and particularly to this session, where we have gone through some of the challenges that Nigeria faces in relation to the digital economy, specifically in relation to the implementation of the Digital Trade Protocol, but also we discussed how what is that states and trade commissioners could do to accelerate the implementation. And also we have an interesting discussion specifically on actions to support specifically women that can to benefit from the digital economy. I think that at the end, basically what we would like to have from here are things that you can take to your states to continue reflecting and think on what is that you can do in each of those states. I mean, what are that you as commissioners, I mean, and states can do, and what are sort of your reach. There are things that you have discussed that probably cannot be solved by the states. I mean, that's sort of more federal responsibility, but I think it's quite important to highlight them. I think that we have two types of issues here. We have non-digital issues affecting the digital economy and digital issues as well. So among the non-digital issues that you had mentioned, you mentioned frequently lack of finance. I think that is a non-digital because it affects any type of transaction, even of non-digital products or services. So lack of finance is an issue. Of course, physical infrastructure, roads, energy, etc., capital in general, capital development in general, was something that was mentioned. I mean, these are sort of things that are going to affect any sector of the economy. But of course, basically, it's also, if you can sort that out, you're going to be also assisting the digital economy. And then you mentioned a lot of what we would say that are sort of more digital type of issues. One was mentioned, the issue around, let's say, digital infrastructure, access to internet, access to networks, and so on. And there were something that was mentioned by many that this needs to be something. This is something that was mentioned also for women, actually, how to access to that infrastructure. Clearly, that's something that eventually you from the states can address in some way. And I have here, I was basically commenting that basically that story that they were charging like 6,000 naira to lay a meter of cable. That would be a significant issue that would create inequalities between states. I mean, those states that are not charging probably are going to have better internet connection than those that charge. So it's something that potentially to discuss in each state, so basically say, well, how we can address this. But this is something that needs to be looked at. The other point is about, in general, let's put data management and protection, including cyber security, and how to create trust, particularly to facilitate that you can buy from other Nigerian business, but also from another African country, but also that you can be seen as a reliable seller in the rest of the African countries. And the issue around digital identities was something that was brought. I think that that is also a very important issue to address, but also thinking whether there are some private sector type of solutions that can be addressed. I mean, whether, for example, if there is something, sort of coordination that you can think with the major portals, etc., where they actually sort of provide some sort of guarantees for people to buy. I mean, that's the way that works in other parts of the world, actually, that basically is, sometimes it's a portal that basically that provides that sort of trust. The other big point, and it's extremely important, is about digital payments. Because in addition of marketing, in addition of trust, you want to get paid. And basically creating the instruments to have fast payments, reliable payments within the country, but also across the continent, is a significant challenge. It's a challenge that definitely is not going to be sorted at the state level, because also it requires quite a complex continental coordination. But this is something that it is there to address. Then we discussed about or was discussed by one of the groups, specifically the role of the states and the commissioners. And I think that there are many things that they can do. I think that definitely supporting the local businesses to participate in the digital economy, provided information. Again, this issue about that was mentioned a couple of times about the lack of awareness of the AfCFTA and what are the opportunities. I mean, probably it's not necessarily to go much into the details, but eventually what does it mean for a trader, a farmer, a company in each of the states, so how they can take advantage of that. I think that this is potentially a role that the state can provide information, remembering that at the end the one that is doing the business is basically the entrepreneur, etc. Also there was mentioned issues about, well, whether there is something that the state can do to facilitate the actions of the federal government. So whenever we are talking about some of these big policies or big actions that need to be implemented at the the national level, what is that the states can do to supplement, to facilitate the implementation of those measures. The other important point is about, well, women. What basically, there were some issues that were sort of affecting women, like many other businesses, like from financial, lack of awareness, the need of having training, internet access, etc. But although there could be like general issues, they tend to affect particularly women, and probably they require additional attention to them. So even when they are sort of neutral issues that could affect everyone, it has a particular effect on women that prevents them actually to benefit from the digital economy. So I think that we had a very productive section. I hope that you can take some of the elements that you discuss in your tables, but maybe by listening to what other groups brought, and maybe you say, oh, okay, this is something that is important as well. You can go home, have some your discussions with your rest of your teams to say, well, what is that eventually can be done at the states, having a fluid conversation with the federal government, of course, to enhance the policy coordination between the different levels of government. I think that it's also quite important to have good conversations between states. I mean, and particularly see what other states are doing, whether there is something that you can imitate from particular states in this area. So I hope that these 2 days where basically maybe you have a bit of networking, discussing, sharing experiences, etc., would have been useful, that you have exchanged business cards, and eventually that this could lead to further conversation between the states and, and also with the federal government as well. So for me, I want just to say thank you for these 2 days. It's always a pleasure and a privilege for me to come to Nigeria, and I hope that continue coming many more times. And I also thank you very much again for your for this. I want to also thank to all the people that were involved in making this happening. I want to thank, of course, on behalf of ODI Global, a lot of people that didn't come here, but they work as well on this. Also, I want to also give thank you to the UK government that has basically fed us during these last 2 days and provide us some comfort here. I think that this also facilitates that we are here today. I would like also to thank people that were directly involved in this and in the research that was conducted, like Sam, that he was yesterday presenting. I would like also to thank to Lola and team as well that were conducting this second day very effectively, and also I would like to thank to the Office of the Vice President that has been a fantastic partner to work with, that we have been we are very proud in basically teaming up with the Office of the Vice President in delivering this event. And in particular, I want to thank also to Salihu Datsuki. I mean, he has been many times mentioned in these 2 days. I mean, so probably give us an applause. I don't know if he's here, basically. Yes, he's there. I mean, like stars. I mean, he's leaving at the moment where everyone is applauding, basically. He's leaving, so thank you. And well, finally, I mean, thank you to Prachi and to Angela, that they came with me from London. Applause to them, that have been fantastic colleagues to work with. That's all for me. I hope that you have a very good return home, a safe return home. And I hope to see you again soon here back in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, on that note, we are officially closed. Thank you so much for your participation. Please come forward for a group picture. If we can all just step forward quickly. Thank you so much for your participation. Yes, and please, you would get the slides and the presentations via mail. Yes, if you fill the registration form outside and the form and the QR code that was sent to you, the presentations and the slides and the reports would be sent to you. Thank you so much. Have a safe trip back home.